Okay. All right. Last night we were aligning hammers to the strings. And now I just pulled this out. I'm looking at how evenly the notes are spaced and if I want to make any changes, either moving strings over in the treble sections. If I move strings over, I can center the hammers differently in between each other. Or by using travel paper to tilt the flange and make a hammer go this way or that way, I can then make, what I want is even spacing at rest, and then I want the hammer to hit the correct place on the string when it's up where it hits. So I think in most cases I'm going to be correcting some traveling. You see some hammers close together, gap, close together, gap, close together, gap. I want to be addressing that. The treble sections actually are really good for the most part. That means we have good string alignment that was taking place before this, and also good traveling and twisting. So I need to grab a little bit of travel paper and make a lion's mane like we've done. Now I'm a little bit sad because I'm almost out of travel paper and I will need to find a new supply. Not only that, but I can't find what, here we are. So here's my lion's mane that I've made out of this art gummed paper. So I already have some. I need a screwdriver. For that, I will choose my favorite screwdriver. And I might need the heat gun, so I'm going to get that ready in the wings. Okay. Aligning things well before regulation is crucial. That's if you want the piano to sound good and feel really good. So if that's your goal, then this is crucial. And to last a long time. So, here we go. Alright, when I pull this out, first thing I see here is some gaps and things. I want to raise these. I'm going to look at this first one here and decide what I want to do with him. When I raise him up, he's more centered right in between the hammers. So what I want to do is tilt the flange by propping up the right side of the flange so that I can space him in the middle here, but he'll move that way and hit the strings right where I want to. Okay, so I'm going to guess 2 papers underneath the right side. I'll see if there's any papers under here already. Nothing. So we'll take travel paper here under the right side, the whole length of it, and then 1 more. Now this will do 2 things. One, it's going to make the hammer go to the left as it swings up. And 2, it's going to tilt the hammer. Now I want to fix that tilt to match its neighbor. So now it's more extreme the way it's tilted. And when I raise it up, it's still hitting the right spot. But I do need to tilt it differently. So that's what I need my heat gun for. Heat gun or a lighter. And actually, I still have those lighters from the other day. Maybe I'll use that. It's a little faster. So, just going to turn this lighter up all the way, pump it up, and grab the hammer in question, and I'm going to light it up on the bottom here. You have to kind of take breaks because this heats the wood so fast it can scorch really easily with that yellow flame. It can also scorch the felt on the hammer there. So it doesn't take much with the lighter to heat it up. It's a lot faster than my heat gun for sure. I've been toying around with getting an alcohol lamp. I think that will be also, really quick. So I think that's where I want to be. And that straightened things out. Now I have even spacing there between those first four. Okay, I'm going to look at my next area here. This one, I need him, same thing. If he wants to be there when it's raised up, and I already aligned these hammers to the strings so it's hitting the strings where I want it to. So now I see, okay, now how do I adjust things so that they're evenly spaced at rest? Same thing, I'm going to prop up the right side, several papers. We'll try 2 again. Sure, why not? And we'll go 1 and 2. Okay. And there she blows. And now I'm going to almost center the hammer, but it's twisted, and I know it's twisted. So I'm going to center it so that when I take out that twist, it will be centered, okay? So really, I'm going to look right down here with the spacing of these 3 shanks. 1, 2, 3. I want to put this in the middle between those 2 equidistant. And then I'm going to twist this hammer to the right a little bit with the flame. Okay. There, now it's evenly spaced. And when I raise it, it goes back to the left where it was. So it's happy. All right, we've got one more here. These are quite close. Same thing. I'm going to travel it so that it swings up to the left on its way up. And then I'll space it over. Now this one might have some papers already in it. Yeah, it does. On the right side. So it just needs more on the right side to work out. Okay, I'm going to do 2 papers again. That's been working out well for the amount of displacement we have. Oh, and by the way, I will address any comments or questions on the half hour and the hour. We're coming up on 12:30. If anyone's out there watching right now live, feel free to post any questions. As you've seen before, hopefully, I'll interrupt what I'm doing if I need to show you something on another piano or get out a tool or anything. I'll do anything I can here to try and address your question directly. Kind of gives me a little break too from what I'm doing here. Okay, so now that's tilted, and when I straighten him out, he should be straight. Okay, there. Straighten him out. Now everything's kind of equidistant. And it hits the string. Now this hammer though, I'm looking at this one, it's tilted the wrong direction compared to its neighbors. But it's hitting in the right spot. So I'm just going to untwist him. He'll be too close to this hammer. Then I'll space him over to the right so there's an equal gap right up at the top there. And that should allow it to hit the same position but not be twisted. Because right now the tail is kind of getting in the way. I kind of singed the hammer there, but that's okay. A little bit of brown on it, that's all. And then we're going to file hammers anyway. It rubs off. But I'm going to go a little further with that. Okay. I'll scoot him over. And actually, I'm going to untwist a little bit more. I'm going to turn this flame down. It's a little bit wild, isn't it? There, that's a little better. Okay. There, now it's equally spaced and it's twisted the same as its neighbors. So it looks more even, like ducks in a row, right? Okay, as I look down this section, I think this hammer, I want this one to, and I'll bring it a little closer here. bring it a little closer. All right. And this one I'm going to paper the left side, which will prop that flange up and make the hammer swing to the right as it goes up. Because right now it's not centered between these two hammers. It's to the right of them with a bigger gap here and a smaller gap here. So I'm going to paper the left side. This one I think I might just do one paper. See if that's enough. There's already some paper on that side, so we're just carrying that task a little further. Papers that are already there, we just moved the hammers up and down and observed them to see if they were, moving closer or further away from each other at all. Now I'm going to twist it just a little bit to the left because I moved it so that I tilted it like this way, so it's tilted to the right. I'm going to untwist that. Okay, there we go. I think that's where we want to be, just about. Maybe a little less twist on him. Yeah, he doesn't quite match the others with twist. Still, I need to go a little further with that. Okay. Okay, now the twist matches. I'm going to just scoot him over a little bit. There. Now we have maximum spacing in between the parts, and it's fairly even across the section. And they're still going to hit the strings where they need to, because the strings aren't exactly, the groupings of strings aren't spaced, perfectly. Hey, let's see if there's any questions on the chat or anything. Paul B says, I didn't know you were a vocal performance major until this morning's stream. Can you give us a song? Maybe in the future. If I feel a song coming on, maybe you can look at some stuff if you're watching this. My brother, from one of my birthdays, he put a bunch of performances that I did in school on YouTube for fun, and made a joke out of it. I think it's called the Hiram Weeble Fan Club. You can check it out. I don't know how to add a comment on the chat when I'm streaming like this from my phone, so sorry about that. Otherwise I'd put but you can check it out. Weeble is spelled W-E-I-B-E-L-L. Not that those represent my best performances or anything, but anyway, if you're curious about that. All right, so let's see. No other questions right now. Thanks for that, Paul. We'll flip the camera around. We'll continue on. Boy, this is not. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to bring you in a little closer. That's a little too close. A little too close. Let's go like so. Okay, we're going to work on this treble section now. Except I'm going to have to move you behind my shoulder a little bit more. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now we're looking at the dark spaces between the hammers mostly. And do you notice any that are not very even? Okay. Here I notice there's a gap there on this one. Let's just raise the hammers and see what's going on. When I raise it, it goes and it's more centered. See? So the traveling's a little bit off on this one still. So I'm going to paper the right side of this flange right under here. It's going to tilt the hammer this way, and so it'll swing up to the left to compensate for me scooting it over to the right. So we will paper the right. And we're going to do 2 papers on this one, I think is what we need. Okay. Righty. Okay. So now that's twisted to the left considerably. So we need to untwist it with the heat. Boy, you know what? I don't know where I lost track of the lighter. I mean, it's way faster than my heat gun. I mean, yeah, you can scorch things, but I'm just being careful, and it doesn't scorch them at all. And my understanding is if I use an alcohol lamp, that doesn't produce the black. I don't know if that's true, but I heard that somewhere. I really got to get an alcohol lamp. I want to try it for this task because it heats the shank up to temperature where it'll twist much, much sooner. Okay, now I just need to center this in between the two hammers, and I don't care that it singed it a little bit, you know, browner, because that we can make that white easy enough. There. Well, we need to untwist it a little bit more. We need to cool it off and kind of gel it in place there. There we go. It twists quickly, but then it cools and twists back. So maybe I just need to hold it there a little bit longer while it cools. There we go. Now when I lift, it's like that, but you know, I think that'll be right. We'll find out. Maybe, you know what? I think we did too many papers. That's our issue. Because I remember this one, when it was up, it was more centered to be in the right position with the string. So we just did one. I just did one too. Not we. You didn't make the mistake. I did. Sorry to include you on that. Okay, so we're going to take off this upper paper and backtrack a little. Okay, apparently I'm going to take off all the papers. They fell off, so I'll do another one paper on there. And that should be enough. Some people don't care if it sticks out and it's hidden. Some people care. I guess I don't care what those people care about. What I'm saying is, whether it sticks out or not, I don't think it matters. Out the back, you know, if it sticks out the other side, it might make a noise with the action, so you don't want to do that for sure. So it's just up to you. I know I'm not very consistent. Sometimes I'll go to great lengths to make something just look better for the sake of the craft, and then other times, you know, I'll say, oh, it's fine. So maybe I stand to improve there. I'm going to twist this to the right a little bit. It's a little bit not straight. Okay. There, now that spacing is very even across that section. I mean, there's a bigger space here. And actually this hammer does, I was looking at the string on this note and its alignment. And I do want to, I'm going to travel it so it goes to the right more. And then I'm going to scoot it in a bit to match the rest of the spacing. Because right now the space was just a little bit large there. So it's already traveling quite a bit to the right. We're going to accentuate that even more by papering under the left side of the flange. And I'm going to do 2 more papers. And that'll actually allow me to align the string a little better like I wanted to when I was looking up there last night and this morning. Okay. Here's a screw. See if I can get away with making that spacing pretty even there. And as far as the twist, it's actually pretty straight up and down right now the way it is, so I'm not going to mess with that. There, I like this section. It's looking good. So we'll might as well go to the treble. Might as well. And this top treble section looks good. The only thing I see is that this one is a little bit left. It's not centered in between these. It's a little bit to the left side with a bigger dark gap and a smaller dark gap. Okay, what happens when we lift them? Then it's centered. Okay, that's a dead giveaway. I'm going to improve the traveling by traveling it at this point. I'm going to paper under the right side of the flange so that it swings to the left. Or in this case, I'm going to remove papers that were put on the left, and now it'll swing to the left. When you're traveling hammers together with no straight standard or reference, it's hard to tell which of the hammers is actually moving and which one's going straight up and down. For the most part, I think we get it right, but like I said, it's hard to tell. So you might put paper under one to correct something that you see when in actuality it was another hammer that needed the work. Okay, I'm going to untwist that a little bit. It's twisting a little bit to the left. Make them go straight up and down. Now on these pianos, on a lot of grand pianos actually, we don't want the hammer to always be straight up and down for clearance sake. And this is kind of this one. I don't know if honestly I still don't know if I have my head wrapped around it totally. There, but anyway, that hammer's fixed. But what I'm saying is, the hammers that are bored straight, so there's no angle to the strings left or right. They're not angled. For those hammers, we basically want them twisted straight. We want them 90 degrees with the horizon. But when we get down to angled hammers, sometimes the clearance can get tight on some pianos to where we'll want to slightly lean the hammer to the left, and if it's bored twisted to the left, then you want to lean them a little bit to the left sometimes, and then same thing for the right, the opposite. If it's twisted, if it's bored to the right on an angle that way, you want to lean it a little bit to the right. And what that does is, because the hammer moves in an arc, this side that's sticking out, this side is sticking out further than this side, right? This side is closer to this hammer than this one. And it's moving in an arc. So this side is actually going to get closer to this hammer, because this hammer on the opposite side, the left side, that side is closer to this hammer, the front side. So this hammer is moving towards the front. So you'll get more clearance. Now on this D, I don't think we have an issue really at all. We could do whatever we wanted, and I think we'll have clearance between the parts. But some where the notes have to be closer together, you have to lean it that direction, and it's kind of voodoo magic. I don't know how, but it does. It'll make for more clearance. But you don't want to overdo it, otherwise then the tail of your hammer is going to be way off to one side and the head here, and that causes other alignment problems. But in general, if you notice on say a Steinway action, a smaller piano especially, you'll notice the treble hammers start to lean more towards this point, and then the bass hammers lean the opposite direction towards them, and that's kind of how they were put together. Okay, what I see in this lower tenor section is all kinds of weirdness here. Let's see. Let me zoom in a bit. Okay. All right. Zoom in just a tad. I see all kinds of weirdness here. I mean, the blow distance isn't perfect, but I feel like I'm seeing some twist differences, or maybe it's just spacing gaps that we need to work on. So the first spacing gap is here. This is a wider dark space than here. I'm going to travel this middle hammer to the right and then scoot him over to the left so he can be centered. Okay. And I need to make more lion's mane. Oops. As I knock the camera. Okay, let's get down there. All right, I'm kind of juggling several things here in my space, but I'm gonna put a paper under this hammer on the I believe we wanted to swing them over to the right, so I want to paper the left side. We'll push up that left side and make it swing to the right, okay? So here we go. Now I need to untwist him. There we go. And I can scoot him over a little bit more to the left to even that spacing out. And when the hammer's raised, it will go where it needed to go to hit the string correctly. Okay, I'll work on this one here. I'm just, whatever, you know. Skinny space on the left. I'm going to paper it on the right so it goes to the left. We're going to do 2 papers on this one. I gotta cut more lion's mane. This roll of travel paper that I use has lasted me 20 years or so. Okay. And it's almost gone. It's funny how you can get attached to something like travel paper. I forgot which way we're going. I think I need to paper under the right. You caught me monologuing. And I forgot the task at hand. Okay. I'll either be correct or incorrect. All right, do that. Then it's twisted way over to the left there. I need to untwist it more. Okay. And I actually need to scoot it over more to the right. I can tell that now that it's twisted correctly with the same as its neighbors. Okay. Having trouble there, tighten it where it needs to go. Okay. Let's try that. Good. Now that's even. Now this one, skinny gap on the left. What are we going to do? We're going to paper under the right side so that it goes back to that position when it's raised, and we can center it when it's at rest. And actually that one I saw when I lifted it just now. I saw that it was more centered when it was lifted, so we're correcting the traveling on this hammer that was incorrect. So we're actually making it go more straight up and down is what I'm saying than what it was doing. So some people might say, you're ruining the straight up and down path of that hammer by traveling it over for your space, for your precious spacing at rest. But I'm not. And it's not just this is not just a visual thing, the spacing at rest. It's just a good practice because it avoids you know, if something changes, it gives you maximum clearance, so you're not likely to have parts interfere with one another. So there's a reason. Okay, that's good. That looks really even. Okay, now there's something weird here. Let me check it out. I think this hammer's twisted a little more than its neighbors. If I untwist it, I have to move it to the left. But same with this. I think these two are twisted more than they need to be. So I'm going to untwist them just a little bit. And then I'm going to scoot it over to the left. So it'll basically so that the top here is hitting that same area where it was, left and right on the string. I'm going to do the same thing for this end hammer. Okay, almost got him untwisted. Okay, it's a little better. I'll scoot him over to the left a little bit, just a little bit. There, it makes it more even spacing. There, I like that, good enough. I mean, there's a little bit of a discrepancy here. I'm seeing that this hammer is almost straight up and down, and its neighbors are twisted to the left more. And so it just looks funny. So I'm going to twist him to the left, and then just recenter him between those two hammers, and I think we'll be good. It's just, you know, you get to where you spot stuff where you're like, ah, that doesn't look good. Okay, just even doing that looks better now to me. His twist is the same as his neighbors almost, maybe a little more extreme now. Did I get the wrong one? I don't know. But I'm going to twist this one, same thing. It's twisted too straight up and down. Needs to be twisted a little bit to the left to match the section. Okay. And so now I'm going to travel this one over to the left just a little bit. And scoot him over to the right. How do I travel a grand hammer to the left? I put paper under the right. How do I travel to the right? I put paper under the left. It's the other side of that equation there. Okay, that's good. The twist looks good actually with that paper as far as matching its neighbors. Ah, no, it's a little much. So I can see the shanks. I can see the shanks here are a little closer together than these two. So I'm going to untwist a little bit, just a tad, and scoot him over to the left. Okay. And scoot over to the left. The shanks now are equal distant. The hammer's equal distant. Everything's just lined up nice and straight there. Great. Those three sections are great. I'll toss the camera over to the to my left side here. We'll get in on the base section and check it out here. Okay, so we're just looking for even spacing across there, and I know you're at it at an angle. I'll try and fix that a little bit. Let's see here. And let's see how we're doing on time. Okay, it's 12:52. If anyone has any questions or comments, I'll respond to them at 1. So on the half hour and the hour, so it's easy to remember for us. Okay, now we're looking at the spacing. I'm going to see if I can bring this in a little closer so you can see more clearly what I'm looking at. All right. I'm going to try and get you behind me as possible without dumping you on the ground. Okay, that's a little bit easier now to see the gaps in between the hammers. Yes? Yes. Okay. So, spacing's looking good. Here we have a big gap and a skinny gap. The twist looks fine. I'm kind of looking at the wood molding here to see if those are uniform twist. This one might be twisted a little bit less than these I'm seeing, but there's a big gap nonetheless. So to preserve that gap, I'm going to paper on the right so that it'll swing to that same position. I'm going to do 2 papers. One, 2. I paper right here on the flange, just in case you didn't catch that. And now, but because I papered on the right, that made it twisted, right? Twisted it to the left. So I'm going to untwist it with my heat, and then it'll be close to centered. And if it's not centered yet, I'll center it by loosening and retightening the screw. Okay. That's pretty centered now in that space, but notice when I raise it up, it hits where it needs to the left, and that's just where the string's dictated. Okay, this one's leaning, this one's twisted more to the right than its neighbors. When I look at these, I'm kind of looking down at the tail, and that can be hard to see, but it is. I think it's twisted a little more to the right. But the main issue here, we need to paper it over to the left, and then we'll scoot it over. Same thing. So we'll put paper on the right, and that'll make him swing to the left. I'm going to do 2 papers. There was already one under there. I'm layering it. It's going to end up with 3. There's no problem with putting a bunch of papers down, just more thickness as needed. Okay, now we're going to tighten this. Now when I tighten, I like to center the flanges from each other, space them out evenly too, you know, and then this one's a little tight, so I might, like, actually in a second I might fix those, but let me first work on this hammer. Okay, now it's twisted way to the left because, or it's straight up and down instead of leaning to the right, basically, because we papered it with 2 papers. It's pretty significant. So I'm twisting it to the right. Okay. I think that's pretty good. I'm going to scoot it over just a little bit to my right. And now it's evenly spaced. Okay. I'll go ahead now. Well, let me fix this gap first. So this hammer right here needs to swing over to the right so that I can scoot him over to the left here and he'll be centered at rest. Okay. So I think just 1 paper, then it goes onto the left side to swing the hammer to the right. When you turn over, the left side becomes the right, so you have to kind of be aware of that. This one actually already has paper on the other side. I'm going to take that off. And actually, I'll replace that stack that I just pulled off with 1 paper instead of the 2 or 3 that it had on there, and I think we're good. Now I'm going to center this flange before that was kind of tight. I'm going to center this flange in between the other 2 flanges right here. And then I'm going to center the hammer by just pivoting it one way or another. Okay. All right. And actually the twist is a little extreme because we need to take it back a bit. Okay, that's better. And it's pretty centered. So that's good. Let's see, anything else I want to fix in the base? I want to fix here, this guy. There's a big gap on his right and a small gap on his left. So which way do we need to paper him and travel him? We need to paper him so that he swings up to the left again. Okay, and even though it's, anyway, I won't go there. We're just going to paper him so he swings up to the left. And how do we do that? We paper him to the right. I'm going to do, let's just do 1 paper on that one. I don't think it was as bad, maybe. And this will provide clearance, more clearance in an area where I really need it. Down at the bottom, that's often where you can run into troubles. Okay, now I need to twist him the correct way. So he's actually, I have to get my head in there, sorry. So I need to twist him to the right a little more. Okay, that's good. Yep. There's one more weirdness here. This last one, there's a thicker space on the left than on the right. So I'll travel him over to the right and scoot him over to the left. After we travel him. I travel him over to the right by putting paper under the left side of the flange. I'll do two. This one, hopefully it's not overkill. Okay. I'm going to kind of center that. But I papered him that way. How's his twist? Actually, his twist is better than what it was. It still needs to, actually I have to twist this one to the left a little bit, which is opposite what we'd think. I can't remember where we came from here on this one. But there, okay. Now the twist is the same. I'm going to center him between those two hammers. There! Now this whole section is pretty well evenly spaced. It'll work much better. Let's see here. It's 1 o'clock. Let's see if anyone added anything to the chat. Doesn't look like it. Okay, we'll move on. Alrighty then. So now our hammers are mostly aligned to the strings. I want to do one final check in the piano. G-flocks in. Piano says it likes the hammers being aligned a little better. That's what it told me. I speak piano. Okay, so I'm gonna take a look down here from the top and just kind of check where things are aligned. It's not going to be a super view for you, but just bear with me on that. Things look great in that section. Things look great in the first tenor section. And the next tenor section, good. First treble. The first treble section. It's okay. I like it. It's consistent. At least. What I'm noticing in the first treble section is that the hammers are. I'll try and pull this off and show you. The hammers in this section are aligned a little more left of the group of strings, right? So it's like, you know, but with my goal of not wanting to miss, but they are consistent. And with my goal of, for the most part, with my goal of not wanting to miss the left string, that will achieve that goal. And everything should function fine there based on how it's aligned. There was one that I saw that was like more centered, but I don't know that I necessarily need to change it. And then this section looks pretty good, except up here. I need to make some adjustments. All right, I'm going to tweak the treble a little more. I think it's because I moved strings and then didn't check the alignment again after that. So I'm going to be working on the treble just a bit more here with the screwdriver. This one I'm going to move them all over a little bit to the right. So
So I got a little ahead of myself traveling this section before doing this, but I think we'll end up just fine. These are real subtle differences. Mm. Tweaking strings a little bit, tweaking hammers a little bit. Going on to the next treble before I check the spacing at rest out of the piano. Oops. Okay, that's pretty good.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, I think that's good. We're gonna pull those out of the piano and then see. Let's check again their spacing at rest because I got, like I said earlier, I got a little ahead of myself here with that. So we're gonna pull those out and take a look. Just reviewing this spacing here. Seeing if I need to do any more traveling. I think I'm okay. This part. This one I want to space in between this one a little bit. So I'm going to grab my paper again. Oops, but this will go pretty quick. Knock the stream there. I'm going to travel this one to the left. Take off his paper on the right. Just one paper, I think. It needs to be twisted a little different. A lot of times when I tighten the screw down, I'm anticipating where it's going to end up after I twist, or trying to. So that's good. I'll just scoot them over just a tiny bit now. There, that's centered. Then I was going to adjust this gap too. It's just a little close. I mean, it's not that much different than the others, but it'll make it look maybe a little more even. Let's see. Oh, that one already has a paper. We'll just take that paper out. Call it good. There, I just like that evenness a little bit better. That one's okay. So, yeah, I'm okay with that. Let's see, this one, just gonna cheat them a little bit. Got it. Okay, now in the very top section here, move some things around a little bit. We're going to fix this one. It's a little skinny on the right. We're going to paper it over so it goes to the right and center it. Put the paper under the left side. You just tell me if I'm talking too much on this. I don't know if I go too slow or too fast on some things. I mean, I got to get work done too, you know, but just not sure. So feel free to give me feedback on the pacing or whether or not you think I've beat a dead horse with the where to put the paper and all that and what I'm choosing to do. I'm going to fix this one. I'm going to make him so he travels to the left, and then I can make that gap smaller between the two hammers. I have said, oh, I space for maximum clearance, but here I'm making the gap smaller. I also space for uniform clearance. So I guess you might say that's what we're accomplishing here at this point in time. Okay, just papering that guy. And I bet his twist is going to be just fine because it was twisted actually a little bit over to the right before. There, I think that's going to be good. I might even twist it more. He's still twisted to the right a little bit, I think. Okay, then I'll scoot it over just a little more. Right about there. There, now it goes up. It's preserving the spacing that was there. Everything else, I think I'm about ready to leave it alone. Maybe this one's a little close on the left here, a little far, so I'll go ahead and travel that one to the left so I can put them in the middle of the other hammers. Okay, 1, do 2 on that one. No, I'm gonna do 1. I don't think it was big enough space to make for 2. Okay. And that's actually, I like his twist and everything there, so that's good. All right, we're gonna hang it up and call it aligned. The hammers are aligning. So now what do we do? Well, we've got the strings aligned the way we want them. We've got the hammers aligned to the strings. Now we need to align the whip-ins or the repetitions to the hammers and the back checks to the hammers. Just one final check. Make sure there's nothing that won't work here. Again, on this piano, my main goal is I don't want it to miss the left string when we hit the unicorda pedal. So as long as I can achieve that, even if on some hammers, if there's a little more felt on the left than others, I don't need to worry about that in this case. Because of the way I'm going to voice that. I already checked these. These are good. We already passed these off. And we're sticking to it. Yes, sirree. Looks good. Okay, we're going to flip this action around. Start looking at how the repetitions align with the hammers. This action weighs about 60 pounds. Okay, probably not that much, but it feels like 60 to me. Let's give you a good view here. Oh, we might as well start right over there, right there. Okay, we're gonna align the repetitions there with my favorite screwdriver. So we're just gonna flop these up. I'm gonna zoom in the camera for you, and you'll get front row seat. You'll be able to see them better than I can once I adjust this. Okay, so we're looking close here. All right. Let's see if we can get this where you can kind of see what we're doing. We'll come from the left a little bit. Now, again, aligning things is not super easy to see on the camera, but you'll see some of the worst ones, I think, just fine. So, alrighty. I'm not sure where to go to be out of the way, but I don't think I can. Let me try this instead. Let's try from this side, okay? And a little bit this way, as best I can. You're just gonna have to trust me that I'm aligning them. I'm aligning the sides of the repetition window with the sides of the hammer shank here, basically. And really, what that's gonna do is, I want the knuckle to be centered on there. So I'm probably just gonna roll down the knuckle and align the knuckle, or align the repetitions right underneath the knuckle. Okay. Now these parts are Steinway. These are Steinway repetitions made by Renner, and they make the holes big enough that you can scoot it left and right without having to tilt it a lot with paper. So it's really nice for adjusting these. I never have to fuss with them too much. Just loosen the screw, scoot it over, and retighten. So that's a win for these parts for sure, huh? And this will ensure that these repetitions aren't going to rub against the neighbor. It will also make sure that we get the full force under the knuckle to lift the hammer weight to the strings. This one's really tilted. We'll fix that. Let's try and scoot it over actually. There we go. That one's kind of a funky one, right? It kind of wants to... Well, let me show you something. Let me show you something on this one. I'm going to bend one of the center pins to align things better on this whip-in. All right. Let's see if we can get you to see this. Okay. So if we look here, I'm going to zoom out. If we look here, notice that this button here is kind of off to this right side. It's hanging over the right side a little bit and definitely not, like underhanging on this other side, right? So the part goes this way. So it's off, this part's off center to the right. And then when we were looking at the thing here, it's like, okay, this is the repetition lever. Let me tell you what, I'll just tell you straight up. This thing is crooked. It leans to the left relative to the rest of the part. So I'm going to bend the center pin in here and straighten that for alignment. Okay, so I need to prop this part up on something hard and hit down on this, and that will tweak it to the right. So I'm going to go ahead and attempt that here. Just right over here. Just on the edge of my table would be nice, because it's got a nice sharp edge. Just got to hit this down. Okay, that did it quite a bit. So if you remember the way it looked before, I mean, it didn't move this a ton, right? This is still off to the right a little bit, but the jack is closer to the left side of it than it was. So maybe I'll just do a little more. But actually, I think that's going to be good. I'm going to stick it in the piano and see what we have first before I overdo it. Best way to put these in for me is to put the screw down, make sure that's tilted up. Tilt it down, babysit the screw. Very carefully find the hole with the screwdriver in the screw slot. Back turn it and then turn it in. All right, we'll just see if that was enough to align that where we need. It was. I could go further with it, but I don't need to. It's fine, and the jack still clears. No, I am gonna change it more. Okay. Changing my mind all over the place, huh? I want my favorite hammer for this job. It's just a little elf hammer. This is my little elf hammer, okay? And I'm going to go to the other side of the table because it'll be easier to hit it the way I want from when I can prop it up that way. So I'm just going to prop that up very securely there and hit down. We'll go even a little more. Getting very brave. Okay, now I centered that, but now my jack is way off center. Because I tweaked this over, now my jack is way off, right? It's not rubbing, but it's close to rubbing. So I'm going to center the jack by bending the jack pin right here and tweaking it to the left, twisting it to the left, okay? And this is a legitimate way, believe it or not, of aligning the parts that are after they're put together. You'll see them in the factory doing this on jigs. You just got to make sure that you didn't introduce, extra friction or something. But there, now my jack is more centered in the window, centered enough. And then this thing's also straight. The button's more centered on the cloth here. So, what was the result? We shall see. I don't usually run into those guys, the crooked things like that. But then the render parts are a new thing for the New York Steinway hammer, so I don't know, maybe it's a common thing, but where you'll have one misaligned like that. Oops. Said I wasn't going to fuss with these, and here I am fussing, right? That's okay, though. It'll, everything's easier for the next guy or gal. Okay, now that centers under there really easy and uniformly, and everything else is aligned also as I look at it. Okay, great. Moving on. I don't worry so much about these flanges being spaced evenly because I'm using the fact that hole's bigger to align them. It's just kind of a different thing than the hammers, the way I use those to align. Wow. Look at that. The jack's about to scrape. Here's another one I'm going to tweak. Okay. What bothers me about this one is that the balance here is a little bit twisted left to the left, and the jack is, almost hitting that side. I'm going to change it on the table again like I did before. So I'm going to tap the balancier first, which actually will fix the issue with the jack. The jack will have more clearance once I bend this. A little closer. It's not straight, is it? Oh, way overdid it. Go back the other way. Okay. You know what I did there? Actually, on that one, I think our issue is either I did it or it was already that way, but the balancier is way wobbly in the bird's eye. Something's wrong. So I'm going to get a new one out. And we're just going to replace that guy straight up with another one. And this has a pencil line. The springs are different gauges, so you just make sure you have the spring. I can use this for some parts still, but here's another part that's just great. We'll stick this one in instead. Yeah, so I don't know if I did that by tapping it or if it was already loose and I didn't notice. At this point, it's a moot point. Okay. It's like it never even existed. Brand new part there. Okay. Scooting this over. Also, this will also snug the screws for us, obviously. So we'll know that all our action screws our parts are tightened down where they should be. Okay. Because we're going to visit every single one of them. Even if it's aligned, I'll tighten the screws still. So just scooting these over underneath, just so they're directly underneath the knuckle, and tightening them. This is not a hard adjustment to do, usually. Just you have to bend center pins. So maybe that's a lesson. If it broke because of the way I hit it, if you're going to tap center pins, do it gently, or be prepared with spare parts. I've never regretted having spare parts laying around. Let's put it that way. That are brand new. Jiggle that flange over. Tight. This, when this is correct, you get maximum strength to the tone also. It's pushing everything up directly. It's important. So we kind of go through all these steps, and they're all going to end up in having a great feel and sound to the piano. That's the overarching goal. There's no problems, it all works correctly, etc., etc. All right, it's a little past 1:30. I'll check to see if we have anything in the chat. I wouldn't anticipate. I don't think we've had a ton of people out this afternoon. Paul B says there are 76 videos on the Hiram Weeble Fan Club YouTube page. Wow, that's a lot of videos. Okay. All right. I didn't know how many. All right. Let's flip the camera around. I don't know why I always have to tap that button twice. All the others are just fine. Okay. We are just going to continue to align repetitions. When I say we, I mean me, myself, and I. Okay. I'm going to kind of cruise now at maybe what might be normal Hiram speed. Let's just do that. And I will rely on your questions, if you have any, to let me know what you're curious about. you have trouble lining these up, it's possible that a more fundamental thing is off, like we were adjusting last night with the stop block, the whole action frame left and right. I did make a change like on this piano. So you kind of just keep all those factors in mind and, you know, continually ask yourself, will this align better, you know, if I make a wholesale adjustment versus trying to align the individual parts further than they're allowing me to. The jack doesn't always have to be totally centered in the window. I mean, it'd be nice, but as long as it's not rubbing, you're probably okay still. You can still have a great piano and not have all the jacks perfectly in the middle of that balance, the repetition lever window. You can cheat a little bit if you have tight clearance, you know, to where you have two that are getting really close to each other, just to be sure they're not ever going to hit. Just cheat them a little bit either side. Just a tiny bit, I'm not talking a lot. Won't hurt anything. All right. Okay. About there with these repetitions. We'll go ahead and align the back checks the way we want. Repetitions, check. Okay, now we'll do back checks. Before, these are all new back checks, and we just bent them out of the way really quick like before, just to get them out of our hair so we can stick the action in now. But now we're gonna look at them a little more carefully, okay? I'm gonna give you an interesting view as we do back checks. Hopefully it's interesting. Okay. You can kind of look down the line there of those. All right, so we just bent them out of the way. Now I'm going to start going and making sample angles that work with it. So let me get my tool out. Okay. I use 3 tools for the most part. For back check alignment, I use parallel pliers. I use a bender. This is one type. Allows you to bend. That has an angled slot, that has a straight slot. And then I use a wire bending pliers. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this in proximity where it'll actually check, first of all. And you'll notice when it is in proximity to go into check, where I kind of want it, the angle actually right now, this one clears still, but I want a specific angle to this head that doesn't, that'll allow for consistent checking. This actually works on this hammer, but I'm going to change it a little bit, okay? So look at the back edge of this and imagine a center line through the molding of the hammer. So imagine how those lines are. Are they parallel? Do they go towards each other as you go up or away from each other? I'm going to cause them to go away from each other just a bit. Okay. And then I'm going to move it closer as needed. Okay, it still clears the back check fine. But I'm just opening the face of that back check just a little more, okay? So let's see, if I bend all these up, then just because I'm getting them closer, and then I'll do that same bend that I did to get that angle on this whole section. I might just check this side over here, make sure we got the same situation. Okay, that's about right. I don't know what this angle is. I guess there's kind of a range. I think that'll work. Let's get a measurement. I'll measure it while we're looking at it. But the main thing is if I push down on the hammer and I push up on the key, see how they come, the back check and the tail come closer together? In that closest position, that mimics a really, really hard key blow because everything will flex and bend. It's still clearing, okay? That's what we want for sure. And we want this face open a little bit so it'll catch, so that the back check doesn't just slide down more on a hard blow and less on a soft blow. You want it to be more consistent as much as possible, okay? So let's see what that angle is. Like I said, there's an acceptable range. I just say, okay, they're going away from each other about that much is probably right, Let me go get a protractor real quick. This is kind of a funky angle finder, but let's just see. We'll put that with the hammer, and then if we approximate where this arm is, approximate that with the back of the back check molding down there. That's close. Let's see here. That's close to it, and I'm reading it as it's about 5-6 degrees is all. So that's 5 for 6 degrees. So, you know, about that will work great. And then when you look down the tops, like from my view, oh, let me just, now that I totally royally messed that view up, let's see. I'm going to pull the camera and show you. If you look down from the technician's point of view, you can see the back face of this, how it disappears. And this one's more, we see more of that because it's at a different angle, right? So it's really easy as you look down this view as you're setting them to get that angle. And the angle is what we're going to focus on first. Then we're going to align them left to right under the hammer. And then we'll untwist them, okay? So that's kind of order of operations here. So I'm first going to grab it right under the head and make a sharp bend, and then move it up and see if I matched my other one. I'm pretty close. I'll leave it. So then I'm just going to bend all of them down to this same point, since they're basically coming from the same place. It can be a challenge to get a sharp bend with this tool. I ordered another tool that I'm not sure if it's come in yet. I haven't been checking my new arrivals of supplies and tools, but anyway. So there, now I've got them all there. Now all I got to do, just going to grab towards the bottom of the wire and push them up till they're even, you know, about with that one. And that should be close to where it's going to end up checking, all right? So it's not that hard, right? Piece of cake. Piece of cake. And I'll show you from the top view here after I finish this section. You know, and as you move around, you know, we're making the same movement over and over, so it's a little bit easier to be consistent rather than fussing over one, doing every little step, then go to the next one, do every little step and fuss over it, and so on and so forth. You know, this will be a little better maybe. It's certainly much faster, and it gets you the same results. So, okay. So, and sometimes the angle that's needed can change a little bit over the section or over the piano. So I kind of like to go by section. And you can always check in the middle if your angle's still okay, if you're worried, you know. But I'll show you the top view. So now when we look down these, we kind of have a really uniform top view. Some of these are a little more whatever, but then that will be moved back, right? Maybe in an ideal world. And so they're really close. They basically virtually have the same angle, right? Which we decided was about 5.5 degrees. Okay, so I'm gonna go across the whole piano and do that same kind of thing. This is a fun view, I think, to kind of see that fall into alignment. First thing I'm gonna do is push these things up. Back where we pulled them from, basically. Then I'm going to do a sharp bend, about that far. Bring them up, check my sample on that hammer. I think that looks good. It's going to clear. I can go a little closer on that to the hammer. There. All right, so sharp bend, sharp bend, sharp bend. Do do do. Do 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 do. Sorry, I'm a dad of little kids and big kids, but so well, maybe that's not an excuse. Maybe I just hum a lot. Okay. All right. Gonna pull these up now. And if the angle's a little much, I can correct that right after I bend it forward. And kind of see like, oh, now I'm gonna put it under the head. You know, I'll put it right under here and then go this way to kind of reduce the amount of bend if it was just a bit much. Or if it wasn't enough, I can go under again and bend more and touch it up as needed. Okay. But I think this will get us really close. I don't think I'll have to visit the angle of these anymore from this point on in the regulation. You know, so that's good. Usually I'll just, you know, like I said, sticking with what I should have done is just do the whole section one bend and then check it and fix it as needed. And you can pretty much, regardless of where that where the holes are drilled, you can create a good situation for them on most pianos for checking that's going to work. Okay. Even if that hole's like not the ideal distance from the, you can make them clear the hammer better by changing the angle and so forth and moving them around. Alright, so I'm just gonna go these, do these. Alright, now I'm gonna stop gabbing and I'm gonna work at Hiram pace here. I don't have let off set where it's going to be, so these don't go into check as easily yet, but I can still set it at this point, and my life will be easier. At least my regulating life. I think the more consistent your angle, again, I don't claim to be a master of back checks yet, but I think the more consistent your angle is, the better easier it'll be to set a good checking line in the piano. Again, these are brand new back checks we pressed in here. I think these are Tequila, and the wires are a little more flexible than the Steinway wires, but I'm not sure if these are Tequila, but I think they are. Anyway, I'm liking them. They're easier to adjust, you know, which means they're probably easier to knock them out of adjustment, but anyway, that's just my little review on these back checks because I haven't used these a ton yet. you remember that this section of hammer, these two sections on the treble of hammers, they're hung further that way. So these back checks have to be closer that way to work. The same on them, you know. So I actually have to, and again, I told you one section sometimes will be a little different than another. So you might have to taper the angle that you're doing just a bit. When you push it up with your hand, when you push the back of the key up with your hand to see where it's checking, it's you're gonna want it to check higher than, because when you push, what am I saying? What am I saying is when you push it from the key, it's gonna check a little lower than what you're seeing from checking it from this side, okay? Because you're able to lift the back of the key higher than where it's gonna go when we've set the dip and all that from the front. Okay. Not bad. Not too shabby. Great. This end section here. Kind of have to push down in this way with this tool to get a sharper bend on things. Okay. Okay, then back check angle we got it going on here.
Now we're going to go left to right alignment. And I think I've shown this before, but we'll show it again. I should probably check if anyone had any questions here. It's 2 o'clock. Nope, no new questions or comments. Okay, I'm going to try and back this off. Hey, this is him, I tell you what. It says that zoomed out all the way, but I don't believe it. Okay, we're going to be aligning left to right on this now. We got it basically in the right spot, you know, as far as the angle and how close it is to the hammer. Just want to put it right under the hammer now. Have these be all straight up and down and all that. Now this is for clearance and for better checking. Theoretically, it should, if it catches more surface area, it should be in check better, you know. These I'm just scooting them a little over to the right, and you have to do 2 bends. One to make your move, and the other one to straighten the head against that move. If you overdo it, just go back the other way, right? Right. Okay. Now, if our hammers are spaced consistently apart, then our back checks at rest, our back checks will be spaced nicely apart also. Okay, so you're seeing the wisdom of having that hammer spacing at rest be even. A little much. Okay. Now I'm going to show you the top view down. They're twisted. We got a twist in these, right? We want to fix that. These back checks are a piece of cake to twist. Which again, I mean, the flip side of that is it'll fall out of adjustment easier if it gets hit around or moved, manhandled. But it does make it go faster to adjust, so tell you what, those Tequiwa parts. And you might be noticing that the angle on some of these is a little different. So I can fix that too if I want, like this one, right? This angle's back more than these. So I can kind of even that out too, but not with one hand. So I'm going to carry on and go left to right. Or actually, let me stow the camera. And bring in there a little bit closer. All right, now we're gonna see those are starting to look real good. We're gonna align the next section left to right. Okay. By the way, the angle that was different on those, it wasn't so much that it was gonna be a huge deal. I know I'm probably right in front of the camera right now, but hopefully not. You want to make sure your back checks aren't going to hit the neighbor hammers when they go up. I want to make sure they're clear of that for sure. 2 bends. Make your move on the bottom, then straighten out the head on the top. And if you're just joining, we already set the back check angle, which is how the angle where it leans back when it's close enough to the hammer to get it in check. Okay. All right, I'm gonna stop talking for a bit. See if I'm capable of that, right? Okay. Hey, I got a freebie in there. It's already aligned. Almost got another one. Just tiny little tweaks here on these. Hey, now we'll do the twist. The twist again. Let's do the twist, right? Okay, here we go. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. Okay, that's not my real singing voice, if you wondered. Okay. Just in case you were curious. I'm looking at the bottom edge of the wood here, being parallel to like these lines here. Okay. I should do this with the camera all the time. It's kind of magnifying it for me, for my aging eyes. It's kind of nice. I can see a little better. And it makes the tool look pretty and shiny too. If anyone else was appreciating that, I don't know, but okay. Why parallel pliers? Look, I don't damage the corners of the wood. Just grabs it flat there. Yeah, again, there's some angles that are like a little bit different. This one's a little less than these, but I'm not going to sweat it at this point, actually. I'm going to let it ride. Then we're going to, so you look at it from back here, like ducks in a row, right? Beautiful. And everything's going to be working well, too. So let's bring it over here. We'll do the next sections. So back checks aren't that big a deal. Pretty doable. Just need the right tool. Need to care enough to take the time to do it. Now these aren't going to go into check as pretty for me here, but that's okay. I can still kind of tell. Like I already know from our samples that we're really close, okay? In fact, you'll find like by the time we get to where we're actually going to set the checking, you'll be like, oh, that's pretty close. And if you don't, then that's okay. We can still adjust it, but I'm going to cheat this one over a little bit to the right because the hammer tails, I just want more clearance there between the two notes. freebies in here. Again, when it's checking high back here, lifting from the back, it's going to be about right when you push the key to put it in check. I want this well away from this hammer to the left of it. I'm going to cheat it over a little bit. Because if it rubs against that hammer, that's the force of that friction you're going to feel times 4.5 or so, times 5 at the key, I think, if I'm understanding that right. But you're going to feel it, maybe not times 4, but you're going to feel it, and it's not going to feel good. That's probably the better way to more accurately state that. Okay, let's see. How long is this taking me? Not too bad, right? If anyone has any cool comments, let me know. And in about the half hour here, in about 15 minutes, a little more, we will read them aloud. Okay. Almost got some freebies there. I don't know why I even checked that one. I could tell it was off. I should have just started bending it, right? You can tell from the spacing already, you know. This one's going to the right. So I can't get the hammer to let off right now, but it doesn't matter. It's in line. I can tell. That one's good. This one's just crooked. The new whippings, the repetitions, when we put them on from Steinway, the springs are way, way strong. And so you're kind of seeing that play out a little bit. That's another reason why it's harder for these to go into check right now. At one point, we'll go through and we'll weaken those springs where they need to be. And then it'll go into check much easier. But the main cause is that we haven't set let off low enough. Let off is too high. So the jack's not escaping, so the hammer's not free to come all the way down. It bounces off the jack. Okay. Yeah, that line's pretty good. When I twist it, it'll be just right. I kind of anticipate when they're crooked twist-wise that, okay, yeah, when I twist it, it's going to be in line. Okay, let's see here. I'll go back through and do the twist on those sections after I finish the whole thing. That way I don't have to put down this tool and pick up another one for each section. That saves a little bit of time, a little bit. A little far on that. Okay then. Getting close here, finishing the back checks, aligning them. You gotta have your back checks ready by the time you want to mess around with your springs, that's for sure. Because then your spring setting will be accurate. So if that's allowed to go lower and catch, the spring's loaded more. If it checks higher, the spring's loaded less. So you're gonna see it respond differently, and it'll be hard to set your springs just right if your back checking's not in place. But there we go. Okay. That going on. That's in line. That one's not. Good. Okay, now we'll do the twist on all those. Don't worry, I won't sing it again. Okay. So we set the twister here for the most part. Now we're just going to check the twist on these guys. Those are lining up better. This is really satisfying to see, huh? See these all come into alignment. For me, it is anyway. So this is easy peasy. Y'all can do this. All right, last section. Again, you see the angle's a little different from my sample. Here, something's different, but I'm not going to sweat it. It'll work. It should work fine. Okay. Okay. Take a step back and look at things here. So now all our back checks, and oops, that cut out for a sec. All our back checks are aligned. It's looking good. And remember, these sections are different because our hammer hanging distance is different to get the sound to be really good. Okay, so there's that. And we finished that pretty quick. I saw a comment from Lawrence V. It says, saying, "Hi, Hiram. How are you doing today? Glad to see you streaming again. Thank you very much." All right. Okay, so the back checks are aligned. The repetitions are aligned. We're gonna flop this guy over, back the way he came. What's the biggest deal with repetition? I forgot that tool. The biggest deal is key dip. Key dip. Okay? Don't forget it. So, let me take a call real quick. I'll be right back. Hello. No, that's good. Okay. In case I'm like, what? You didn't? No, that's fine. I'm not upset. Honestly, yeah, I'm just getting work done. It's good. But honestly, I was a little stressed trying to get everything ready by early this morning anyway, having you come home later. So, and I was worried. I was like, I haven't had time to clean it out, things like that. So, maybe Eliza can do that for me. Oh no, it's, no, just half hour. I mean, like a half hour to do all her stuff. Clean it all off. I did that the other day. I think just brushing on maintainer. So that should be good. Okay. It's all right. I think I'll stop working at 4. So 4:30. Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah. If I change my mind, I'll let you know. But yeah. Okay. Okay. Love you. Bye. That was the boss. Thanks for letting me take that. And let's see what time we're at. 2:25. Okay. So the biggest deal to regulation is dip. Key dip, key travel. Why is it the biggest deal to regulation? The answer is, I'm not hearing any answer. No, I'm just kidding. It's because 1 millimeter on the key, right, equals how many millimeters of movement on the hammer? 4.5, somewhere around there, about 4.5 millimeters difference. And that's the ratio there. So, varies from piano to piano, but that's pretty much it. So, a tiny
adjustment at the key is really, really felt. Okay, it's noticed. It's noticeable. But we can't set dip yet on this because we push down. And what happens? The hammers block up against the strings and they just stay there. We're missing Cristofori's. Was it Cristofori? I'm not sure. But we're missing the escapement principle. It's not in effect on this piano. This is what they discovered with the piano, right? I need a way for the key to stop pushing the hammer up, otherwise it'll just sound like this. Right? Right? So we need to set let off. We need to set the escapement. I'm going to grab a couple magnet strips. I like to do it with these magnet strips. I'm going to elevate you in status and in tripod, and you will be up higher to witness this. Okay. Whoa. Sorry about that. Okay. So we're going to stick some magnet strips in here to set with which to set let off. I think that's a good angle for you right there. Just going to park you right there and wipe off my magnet strip. This magnet strip is, I will give you a measurement on the thickness of it. It is 1, 2, 3, a little bit shy of 3 millimeters thick. It's about 2.75 millimeters thick. This magnet strip is. I like it just about the right. So I'm going to weave this through the strings here, and I'm going to have the hammers help me. I'm going to push the hammers every once in a while to keep it up on the strings. Well, I wanted to peek out there up there. Let's try bending it a little bit. Try that again. There we go. Okay. Now we can kind of push it in place. Takes a little doing, but it's doable. I could try and set one section at a time, but it's grabbing a lot of strings. There's a lot of force there. Here you can see me kind of making progress over here if I put this here. Weaving that in. Shoving that magnet in there. I'm going to grab some tweezers and shove it over. Now on this piano, I didn't have to set anything new up. It's just the hammers were already blocking for me because of the way it kind of works with older pianos. The old hammers had to be regulated as they wore down, up and up and up as far as let off goes, and so eventually they're with the new hammers now they're blocking. Okay, so okay, I want to make sure that's hitting that's over the strike point of the hammers.
I'm just kind of poking it around.
Just gonna scoot this strip back where it needs to be right on the strike line there. Good. And that's gonna work for all of them except the end. Okay, now I'm going to get a let-off tool. I think you're familiar with the let-off buttons. If not, you're going to be. Okay. Let's do this down a little bit. All right, let's try that. Okay, there's the let-off buttons over there. And we will bring them into the action. All right, there's some let-off buttons, okay? I'm going to start way over in this middle section. Get this tape out of my way. All right. Good. Okay, there's our job tag. So let me get my let-off tool. Now some pianos, some Steinways, I can use this ratchet tool. It'll ratchet. So let's try that. Okay, so I'm just going to push down on the key quite firmly and ratchet this button down. But I don't have any drop, so I need some drop. So we need to adjust the drop so we can see the hammer fall when it escapes. Otherwise you can't see when that escapement happens. Alrighty then. So I'm pretty sure or maybe it was just so high. I might have to just run them down a lot, but just in case, I'm going to run these drop screws down just like one turn. We'll see if that's enough. If I have to do it again, I'll do it again. There is a better tool for this if it has a collar around it. I just don't have one that works. I would love to get one. If anyone knows of a good one that works on these Steinway repetitions, let me know where I can get it. Because they're out there, but some don't fit. They don't fit these screws. So it's got to be one you've actually tried on these Steinway parts, these Renner drop screws. While I'm at it, I'm gonna do the bass section too, even though we don't have a magnet on there yet. The magnet on the bass section is a little harder because the copper, the magnet doesn't grab the strings as well because of that copper winding. So this is like a prerequisite step that we're only doing so that we can see where let off is. And a lot of times we'll end up running these drop screws back out almost where they were. It just depends on the setup. But let me go ahead and do the rest of the keyboard here. First two sections.
I'm gonna do 2 turns on these. That way, if I'm wrong with one of them, I won't have to do the whole action again. I'll only have to do half of it. I don't care if there's too much drop. It's just if there's not enough. That's the main problem. Someday I'll show you from the side how this is actually working with the drop screw and all that. But not today. I want to get a little farther with my work. But stay tuned for that someday if you want to see it. Okay, let's see if that was enough so we can set our lead off. So you saw what I'm doing down here with the ratchet and on those eye screws. So that's not that exciting. I'm just ratcheting it. Some of them will be too loose where I can't ratchet, but I'm going to bring you back up to the top where it's a little more exciting. You catch the action. Catch the action of the action. All right, let's get you here. So that's the section I'm doing. You'll watch that hammer come up and then drop. Hopefully you'll see it drop when the let off reaches a point where the magnet allows it to escape. Then you'll see it drop. So let's try this first one we were trying to do. Oh yeah, I think we just hadn't gone far enough on this one. There. Now, it hardly had any drop, but I felt it push through. The key... Anyway, just trust me, it let off. So I'm pushing quite firmly on the keys as I ratchet. There, it popped. So these, if I had a lot more drop, which I don't need because I can feel it pop, you'd see the hammer drop. Pop. That pop is the jack popping out from the knuckle. It's escaping at that point. So I know I've set it down to the point I need to. These are quite high. I mean, I'm running these screws all about as far down as they can go. Pop. Pop. Okay, I'll stop saying pop now. You get the idea. There's that one. Now, if I really use all my skills and talents, I can switch screws without putting my head down to look. A little easier on the body, eh? We are laying the foundation of an awesome piano here. This piano will roar. Mark you me. This piano will be good.
Every once in a while, this ratchet tool won't fit the part, so I get my other let-off tool. Here's another one. It's not a ratchet, but it'll work. Not sure why my ratchet stopped fitting these. But the other was fine. Maybe these are replacements at some point that broke, or who knows what. The harder I push on the key, the closer to the strings the hammer will let off. If I don't push as hard, it'll be further away. So in this case, I want it to be close because my magnet strip is pretty thick. It's thicker than where I want let off. And maybe by a whole millimeter or so. See if I can get my ratchet to fit again. Yeah, it fits this one. Doesn't fit that great though. There we go. That one fit. Now we're back in business. Pop. Okay, on to the next section. You can see this is a really quick way of doing it. Friendly on the body, the neck. Gets it really, really close. In fact, I mean, I'm pretty comfortable I could send a piano out the door after just doing this with let off, and it will work, you know. It's not going to be too close or anything. I'm sure glad someone discovered this ratchet tool. My understanding is the new Steinway parts, this ratchet tool won't fit on the new actions. But most of the time with the new piano that's coming in, doesn't seem to matter because they're already pretty well set and I'm just touching up a little bit here or there. Oh, these were a lot closer. Which tells me that they didn't have to be raised as much in the, you know. Also, these hammers, remember, they're not hung out as far, so I'm trying to think, is that accounting for it too? Hard to say. This isn't bad work right here, dude. Alright, you're just spinning a tool. Hmm. Sometimes the screws, the let-off screws are too loose and the ratchet doesn't work. It just goes back and forth. It's kind of doing that to me on that one. So you have to switch to your other tool, unfortunately. That one went. Okay. So we got all that done on that section, those sections. Move it off to the base here. All right, so it's Lawrence V's telling me that there is a good tool for this, for the let off at Yawn, Piano Tile or Mina, and he'll get me the link. That would be great, Lawrence. I would really appreciate it. It'd be good. I mean, these tools work well, they fit well, but for the renter, yeah. I bet Jan makes something up. Is it a ratchet, I hope? Because that's the best kind. So, all right, so I need to move the magnet strip a little bit. So I had it here. I'm just going to slip it to the other part of the piano. pull it now for this tenor section here. Okay, do that section. And yep. Again, firm pressure. This is like I'm pushing quite a lot on the key until it pops. I'm gonna set lead or drop after this, just really quickly. There we go. Piano almost sounds musical already. It's getting exciting. Whoops, threw my tool across the room. It's getting dangerous in here. Throwing tools all over. Okay, so that's all of this upper section. Get this magnet strip out of here. Okay. All right, now I'm going to see if I can do it on the bass. Sometimes I can't. We'll see what happens with this piano. Clean off the strip. It's a little dirty. Okay.
Let's get it under there. Okay, it's working so far. It's going just fine. Good. It's gonna work. There. I'll show you what that looks like from the top, right? Let me move the camera. Oops. Okay. We've got the magnet strip here. All right. There it is. So we're gonna set that off for the base. I don't use a different thickness. I just use the same thickness, but I don't have to push as hard maybe. We'll try that and see where it ends up. I just won't push as hard. So I have to turn the screw a little farther before it actually lets off. There. And again, my drop is not very much right now, so you're not seeing the hammer fall, but otherwise you would. There, that one went. Okay, then we have our missing string, but I'm going to just turn it close to where the others are. Save myself some time later. Okay. And actually, I should be able to just still do it with the magnet, actually, because it's the same height, isn't it? I didn't even think about that. There, you can set lead off on an invisible string with this method. How about that? Ugh, this one's hard to turn. There it went. That one finally went. So I'm just pushing the key a little lighter on these, and the let off will end up a little further away than in the other sections, just for these big bass strings that are gonna vibrate with more amplitude there. There we go. That one had enough drop, you actually saw the hammer drop, right? Right there. Oh, that's right. These I turned the screw down 2 turns instead of 1, so they're a little closer to where they need to be. See, that dropped. There we go. Come on, hammer. There we go. Boy. There it went.
There it is. Okay. Okay, we got them all to escape. Now we're gonna set drop. Okay. Gonna set drop here. What time are we at? 3 o'clock. There aren't any new comments other than Jeffrey Boyle checked in, said hello. Hello there. Okay. Put that magnet strip away. We're going to go ahead and set drop. We might refine the let off a little bit and we'll see how it goes, what it needs. But we're setting let off now so that we can set dip because it was blocking against the string, so we weren't able to set dip before. Okay, so we can see how much that drops. I want to minimize that a bit to about right there, okay? So you can see one of those is lower, right? So I can even these out. The let off on them, I can even it out a little bit. Right now we have hardly any aftertouch the way I'm holding the action. So I'm not, looking at that so much. It's just how much the hammer drops from the string. Now we're going to raise the let off. I can barely push that one through let off because of no aftertouch. That's okay, I can still set this well enough. Again, then I'm going to put the lid off on this one up again. There we go. One more turn. That's all he needed. This is not like setting drop when you have everything all regulated other than this. It's going to look a little different for sure. That one will give some more drop too. That one looks good. A little more drop here. A little less. A little more. And we're going to turn let off down on that one a bit. And give it more drop. He has a lot of aftertouch is what's going on with this one right now. Okay, keep going here. So these did have some drop. In fact, they were almost just about right where we had them. You just couldn't see it very well with the magnet strip because there wasn't much aftertouch. Trim a little off down on that one. Okay, good. A little less drop. Let off down on that one more. Keep that where it is. Turn this drop up here. Try and set the action to give us a little bit more aftertouch there. There we go. Just by leaning the action a little bit more on the edge of the. Anyway, we can. It gives us more aftertouch basically, so we can see things a little better. Raise the let off on this guy a little bit. That might have been too much. That's pretty good. Okay. That's actually pretty good. Peaceful here, just sit and drop. Now, I might end up changing this a little bit in the end, but yeah, there's a good chance not also. Good chance will be good enough. A lot of times I will have hardened the hammers and shaped them before doing this at this point, because when I shape the hammers I might take some felt off, but the shape of these hammers is looking really pretty good, so I don't think I have to do heavy shaping on it much. More just to maybe take off a little bit of crust or stain if we lacquer them. Let's see here. Gotta get that tool that I dropped here. So if anyone has any questions, I'll about 15 minutes on the half hour. I'll about what I'm doing or how I'm doing this part. You see me adjusting lead off a little bit too, because I can tell at this point, like if it's really different from its neighbors. No, I don't know which one's right, but I imagine if I average them out, it'll be correct. Here's a little bit about how let off and drop interact with each other. Okay, so if I have, so here's this hammer, here's the point of let off right there. Okay, like this one goes a little bit higher maybe before it lets off. If I have, so let's say my drop is hardly any like this. There's like no drop right here. If I raise the let off button, raise the let off closer to the string, I'll have more drop. Okay, watch this. Just raise it one. A little more drop. Okay. Let me see which one we want to go with here. I'll do it again. I'll raise it again. Even more drop. See? Now that's a little much drop. So, but I brought let off kind of up similar to its neighbors. Here I have hardly any drop. I'm going to lower let off. I'll have even less drop. See that? But I went too low with let off, so I need a little more drop here. And that's kind of how they interact with each other, right? Just picture drop is below let off a certain point. If you raise let off, you have more drop. If you lower let off, you have less drop. Now how much this raises after let off, that's how much aftercut you have. It's related to that. Because the key keeps pushing after it escapes, and that's the definition of aftertouch. Okay. We'll let off a bit on that one. A little bit less drop. So the goal is to have let off kind of all consistent, and then set consistent drop below that. that there. Now that we have escapement, now we can set dip because it'll allow, because before the hammer was hitting the strings and it was still connected to the key, so we couldn't push all the way down to the bottom to find out where these punchings hit and where dip needs to be, okay? I want to bed the keyframe at this point. Maybe should have done that a little earlier, but we'll be all right still. I want to make sure these studs are supporting the action. You know, not too firmly, but not knocking. So I'm going to grab my tool and I'll lower the camera so you can get down here with me. All right. So we're going to get here to be lowering those studs. All right. So right now, there's no knock. If I put my tool on here and I pry like this against the pin block and I push down really hard on this, I'm not seeing the keys move. So so that tells me that the action is resting on that glide bolt. So I'm going to turn it so it's resting really firmly on the key bit. I'm going to turn it up until I get a knock. Okay. There's a knock. I didn't have to turn it very far. That probably means this keyframe was bedded just great. Okay, let's see. There's a knock there. Knock there. I'll get a knock here. There, knock there. Now this knock probably went away because this was propping the action up, right? And so then when I raised it, the action sunk down. So this was knocking, but the whole action sunk down after I adjusted that next one. So now it's touching again. So I need to raise it again to get that knock, okay? And probably here too, just a little bit, just in case. Just a little bit. Now look, I can move, and the keys move a little bit when I flex that down, but it's hard to see maybe from this camera angle. Okay, now there's no knock here. I need to raise that again a little bit because I lowered this. You have to kind of cyclically go back, you know, and forth a little bit. Gotta raise this more. This one was down pretty firm. Okay, let's see if he's floating. Oh, he might be floating. Nope, he's not. Because I raised it, or I lowered it, which raised the key, the balance rail, which raised the keys, and I saw the keys go up. So I knew it was still contacting things. There, now it's definitely floating. Let me show you this, just to clarify. So if I get down here, right where I am, let's see, we're going to look at these keys. Look at the keys very carefully as I flex down the tool. They move. See them wiggling? Shows that that's floating. It's just going like this on the key bed. So I'm going to lower it. Now it's still floating. Lower it more. There, now I can hear it knocking. So I lowered it till it's close. Now it'll knock. And this one doesn't knock very well because I have to raise him a little bit. And you check all of them back down the line. Yeah, those are fine. Now this one. You got to raise it up, which I raise the bolt, which lowers the when I turn the bolt, right, it lowers the balance rail. Okay, it's still touching. Still touching. There, now it's not touching. Now I get a knock here. No knock here. Because it was right here and it lowered. Now it's touching again. Oop. There. Knock. No knock. I gotta raise this one again. So they were even, but they were all down quite a bit. Now I want to set it so that these are supporting the action, but just barely, so there's not too much friction when we move the action, and also so that in a concert setting, if I want more dip, I can just go and turn these a little bit. Okay. There. Now I want to knock on the end here. Let's see what the camera's doing. I got to probably zoom out, right? Yeah, I got to zoom out, right? Okay, here we go. So I'm working on this end one now. Okay. So these are all knocking. And so on. This one is now still resting. The keys, the balance rail is resting on the bolt. So I'm going to raise it up. There. Now the keys will move a little bit. So I get a knock. Still get a knock here. Still here. Now we're good. Now we're ready to bed the whole thing. Okay? Because we know exactly where those glide bolts are positioned. Okay, we know that they're all... So here's the key bed right here. Here's the key bed in my hand. We know that all these glide bolts are just about to touch it. They're just higher than it. So all I got to do is lower them just a little bit, okay? So here's a knock. I lower it a little bit. No knock. Okay? So now I go to the next one, lower it a little bit. Raise this a little bit here. There. And I can still lift on the pin and get a knock. So that tells me there's not too much pressure. Get rid of this knock. Check all these, because if I lower this now too much, if I lower this too much, it's going to raise the balance rail, and so these that we're touching will now be raised. So you only want to just bring it to they're all touching the same, not to lifting the others up. Knock, no knock. Okay? Knock. This one has to go down a little more. And check this one. This one still has a little bit of a knock. There, no knock. This one needs to go down a tiny bit more. Okay. No, I didn't do this one yet, so we'll do it. Just turn it down a little bit. Well, let's see here. Okay, it's resting on it. There's a knock. There. There's just bedded. I might go just a little bit more on the very ends, just a tiny bit, except that one's already fine. I know it's already fine. So now, it's a solid foundation, okay? I don't need to worry about the sides on a New York piano. This key slip, this key block, cheek block, will hold that down, and if it doesn't hold it down, I can loosen these screws, put a shim on top, it'll force it down and it'll secure that. Or in this case, I can remove paper from the bottom of this. There's a little bit of paper there, and then it'll push down. I'm probably gonna, yeah, I'll probably remove the paper on this one. That's what I'll do. Yeah, there we go. It's pretty thick paper. It's like cardstock. I'm gonna do it with a chisel though. Just behind me here. Okay, I'm just gonna remove this. Got some wood there, that's all right. Okay, that's good. Let's see if that was enough. Change. Yeah, that's good. No knock here. Got a knock, push it down. Still got a knock. We'll do the same thing. We'll remove some paper here off of this one. Paper and other debris apparently. Okay, I don't know if this is going to be enough. We might have to add a shim. Yeah, still knocking. So we're going to add a shim on that. So I need a little screwdriver and some cardstock. Cardstock material there. Okay, what time are we at? 3:30, but there's no new chat questions, so there we go. I answer questions on the half hour and the hour if you have them up on the chat. So I gotta rotate this so I can have a place to sit while we're doing this here. Okay, I'm just gonna cut a skinny piece of business card that'll go in there. I'm gonna do two in a row. So I will just loosen these screws. Oh, that one was tight. Look. Okay, we'll remove that plate. Place these on the top like so, and then replace the plate. And that will put more downward pressure on the end of the action, and that's how you adjust these types. Okay. Let's check see if it's enough pressure over here. Because if it's not enough pressure, I need to put more cardstock in there. Knocking, push this down, no knock. And it doesn't make it knock in the middle either when I do that. So that's enough, so that's just right. So we'll go ahead and replace the remaining screws. Except this screw is these are longer. This one is supposed to go up top. Right here. Okay. And this one here. And I didn't move this plate forward or back. It stayed, if you're concerned. Okay. Last one. Okay. Keyframe is bedded. Done. Whoa, it's moved on me. Guess what? I have to undo it. The screw must have pulled things down. I have to add more paper. For whatever reason, when I got all the screws in, it compressed that paper and it wasn't enough pressure on the end. So, one more paper. Cut that here. So I'll add it to those two. Try this again. Okay. There's that. And this one, the other long screw. All right, that should probably have done it, I would imagine. There. Now we got it. Now it's bedded. Great. So now we can set dip. So we're going to set dip. Now, what's the most important part of regulation? Dip. Dip is the most important part. Okay. I need a swig of water. Give me a minute. I'm going to put about 20 more minutes in today, and then I'm headed out. So if you have final questions for today, burning over the weekend, put them in the chat right now. We'll check them at the hour, at the top of the hour. Okay, here's my dip punchings. And we're going to set a sample, right? Like we tend to do. We're going to see where the dip is first. right now on middle C. We're just gonna see where it's at. Okay, it's a little deep of 400 thousandths, but we're gonna regulate the note all the way to see what we want with dip. Okay. So we're gonna regulate C and C sharp as our samples. First thing I want to do, we already have let off set on those pretty much. We might change it a little bit. But the first thing I want to do is weaken the springs, okay, and set the checks. So we'll set the checking initially here. We'll set it really high. Okay. Notice now that we have let off and drop, it goes into check easily, right? And I also told you it would check lower, see, and it did. But look at these springs. Boing! So we're gonna weaken the spring. Okay, that's pretty weak. Still strong, but a lot weaker. That's too weak for what I want. Okay. We'll make it right. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Those are plenty fast springs. They're not super weak, right? They're pretty hot, but it doesn't, it's not like really offending my hands on the keys here. It's not throwing me off the keys. Okay, so now got let off and drop. I'm going to check the jack position. I'm going to check if the jack is under the knuckle where it should be. It is. Wow, look at that. They're already lined up. Okay, now I'm going to check that the jack can return under the knuckle. Okay, it's getting stuck, so I need to raise the balancier a little bit, a couple times. There. But this is really falling into place easily and quickly, actually. I didn't even have to move the jacks. Okay, so we've got that regulated. I'm already starting to feel a difference in the action. It feels lighter and smoother because the springs are weaker. I'm not pushing so hard against the springs. Okay, I'll double check let off and drop, but I think we're good there. And then we'll set the blow distance where we want. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna check let off. Let off's good on the C. It's good. Let off's good. I can get it to play off the jack. You hear that? But it's not too close. So it's just right. So what about the blow distance? Let's see what that is. I've got these handy blow distance gauges. Several of them with different millimeters. Let's look at 47 millimeters. I want to see where that is and how it works on this piano. Okay, so I need to lower it for 47. And I need to get my capstan wrench. Which we put over here last night. So here's my capstan wrench. I'm going to set this to 47 and see what we get. sorry. Okay, I lowered the hammers both to 47 millimeters, and I still have aftertouch. But the key dip is a little bit deep. If I put any more blow distance on this, let me pull the camera out for you. Okay, there we go. Oh, we're about out of battery anyway. We're about done. So here's C and C sharp. If I put any more blow distance on that than 47 millimeters, which I don't want to anyway, but then I don't have any aftertouch. I'm like basically right where I want to be with aftertouch. But the problem is with the dip, I'm a little deep. Okay. So let me plug the phone in here so we don't get cut off yet. And just gonna plug in the phone. Sorry about that. So, okay. So what I'm getting is that the dip is a little deep. If I put it, I mean, it's not that deep. It's actually right where it needs to be. It's actually right where it needs to be. If I go really lightly, it's right at 400 thousandths, and then I push a little harder, and it's maybe 410, 420. So, let's see where they are off the cushion. Okay, I'm gonna do. I'm also feeling the weighting, how it feels, you know. It's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy, and there's a ton of weights in these because they weighted it from the balance point out, so there's a ton of weight. That might be inertia that we're noticing because of how much weight is in the keys. I told you it's a heavy action. As far as how far the shanks are off the cushion, it's really great. It's about that far. Okay, that's just perfect. So I think I'm going to put some acetone on the hammer flanges just really quick and see what it feels like heavy-wise. Because if this is a heavier action and I'm going to be fighting that and trying to adjust that, I'm probably not going to be able to add a lot more lead in the keys, if any. I'm probably going to have to reduce friction and maybe decrease hammer weight a little bit by taking wood off the hammers, maybe tapering them a little more. But what I want to see first is if I just decrease the friction in that by adding some acetone to it, then, and it feels good, then we're set. Okay. So I just kind of want to see, just an experiment. Because it does feel too heavy right now for what most people would like. So here's some acetone, almost all evaporated. Here we go. See what this does, if anything. Now it's flowing. Put some in the whip and flange also. I don't know that any came out. I think the bottle's almost empty. Okay, it feels faster, but let's put it in the action. Confirm that. that made it feel way easier to play. So I'll probably definitely want to do that to the whole action. But as far as regulation, what I was going to say is if I'm fighting weight, I can decrease the blow distance a little bit and decrease the dip a little bit, and that can make it feel lighter, but I don't think I want to do that. Yeah, so I think we're gonna just leave the samples as is. I think the plan is going to be set the dip where it is, which is spec, the blow, which is spec. Those are working out fine, but then it's a heavy action, so we're going to lubricate with acetone and then take some hammer weight off. Between those different things together, it should feel as good as we're going to get it to feel. I don't foresee any really good way of adding weight to the keys and having it help us, because I'll show you, well, I'm not showing you're tethered to the thing, but there's so much weight in the keys. I can add some on the ends, which will make a big difference, but it's adding so much mass to the key. I think we're beyond the point that we want to be with how much mass is in the key, so that adding more weight would work against us a little bit. But this is really comfortable to play now. Just a touch heavy. I'll put a number to it. Let's get my tool out, my touch weight scale, just to show you. Okay. So middle C right now, I'm guessing 50. No, more. Oh, wow. Wow. $58. $58, 33, 32, 33. So with those numbers, what that means, first of all, that means way too heavy of a down weight. The up weight is good, so it's not too much friction. So if we take 58 minus 33, that is going to be 25 divided by 2 is 12.5. There's 12.5 grams of friction currently on that system. That's great. It's within range. 10 would help us out, but I don't know how we would get 10 because everything's pretty lubricated. Maybe if I put Teflon on the knuckles or something, maybe I could try that. But anyway, it's still within range. 12.5 is not like, oh, there's a big friction problem here, right? It's the friction's where it should be. But the hammer is just way too heavy for what the geometry can lift with the current weight. Yes, I could add lead to the key, but I think it's too much lead and it'll still feel heavy, even though the down weight will be lighter. So if I take off weight out of the hammer, let's just do that now. Let's just experiment now. Okay, I'll show you. And then that'll be the last thing I do today, but it'll be pretty exciting. So. Now there's no way, I don't think there's any way I'm going to take enough weight off these hammers to get my down weight to like 47. No way. No way, Jose. the action out to the table here. Turn the camera for you here. You can see what we're doing over there. Okay. And we're gonna be taking off some weight, so I'll zoom in there a bit. I'm just gonna sample it on C, middle C, C4. All right, let's take our weight out of the action just to be, so we can see where we're going with this. So it's acting a little heavier out of the action. So it's 60. Sixty 33. It's acting a little heavier outside, but that's okay. I'm going to use a bit that will help me grind some wood out of that tail. Basically, it's basically making the coving more aggressive, the tail thinner. Okay, is what I'm doing first. Let me find some safety goggles. So the hammer tail is pretty thick, so I'm going to go in that coving and scoop it out a little more. Okay, with that change, I'm not anticipating a huge change, by the way, on that, because it's very small amounts of wood that we're removing. But in this case, it's significant. Okay. So 50. So it went from 60 to 57. To 57, and then the up weight will be lower, also the same amount. Okay, the two numbers will slide together lower. Now I'm going to try and take some weight off of the sides, more weight off of the hammer by tapering it on the tail more aggressively. So. just taper those tails a little bit. You go from the back to the other side. Okay, we're about at 55:30 now. Okay, so it moved the numbers down a little bit, right? So about 3 or 4 grams lighter than what we had. Maybe as much as 5. But that's about the extent. Now it feels much lighter to me, okay? I'm going to do the same for the C sharp. Same treatment. Oh, let's get a weight on it. Let's weigh it. You can see the change on the C sharp. It'll be a slightly different story just because it's a sharp than a natural, I imagine. Okay, but the down weight again is 57, 58, 58. Yeah, 58, and then I imagine it'll be 33 again. Close to it. 58, 30. So there's a little more friction on that one. 58, 30. So let's see how it goes down after this. this off, stick it back in the piano. I'll take the weight difference though here. Okay, that's significant, right? That's 54. At least on this scale, 54, 28 or so. 54, 28. So that's significant. Feels way lighter. You know, the feel of it is a lot lighter. I feel like when you remove weight off the hammer, my perception is that the perceived difference is greater than the actual static weight difference. So that may mean because the overall work difference is decreased a lot or something, even though the static weights haven't changed as much. I don't know, but it does seem to make a greater difference in the feel of the action than the static weight measurements will suggest. So it's worth doing, in other words. Let me check. Let's stick the action in and check what we have. Let me just blow the action off real quick. So we're getting somewhere with this. Okay, let's stick it in now. Okay, here we are. And the action here. Get a feel for it and kind of think about things we'll do down the road. One thing that'll make a difference in the perceived heaviness of the piano or lightness is when we voice it up with lacquer. So I'm going to go ahead and regulate it like this. Those dimensions and plan on taking weight off the hammers like that, and then we'll voice it with lacquer and see if it feels acceptable or not. From there, if it doesn't feel acceptable, I might experiment with, if I add a weight, you know, that's going to significantly decrease the down weight, but it's also going to significantly decrease the up weight, which we don't want to affect repetition too much. And I'm saying that like I know that a decreased up weight affects repetition. I guess I don't personally know that for sure, but I'm assuming it would. But if anyone out there knows better, they can correct me for sure. So I'm gonna lacquer these hammers and then call it a night. And I'm gonna deep lacquer them with a fairly strong solution of it. And I have plenty of lacquer, thank goodness. Let's see, where's my bottle? Where's my lacquer bottle? Can't have wandered too far here. But we'll go ahead and put the camera where you can see the lacquering process. And let's see what we have battery wise. Okay, there's no new chats. I know I'm going a little later than I said I was going to. But I'd like this lacquer to be dried so I know where I am at after the weekend. That went on my leg. Nice and good. Feels cold. Okay, this is lacquer. Thinned in lacquer thinner. Okay. I think I have enough battery to untether you now, and we can get a little closer to the action. Looks like most people feel like they've seen lacquer being put on before, I guess. Okay, let's do this. Let's go a little lower. With that, right about there. Okay, and we'll just kind of we'll kind of pull up each hammer as I go so you can see the depth that we're putting in there. Now these probably would have been dipped in the factory, okay? But they're drinking it for the most part. Kind of stopped right there, but that one's drinking it for sure. Just right down to the molding. This is a real strong smell. That's why it'll be nice to get out of here over the weekend while it's going. I'm going to watch this other side. It's a little easier for me, so I don't know what it looks like on the other side, but I'm doing the same thing on this side, going to the molding. I'm going to drink it real fast. The ratio of this mix, but I don't know that it matters because it's a kind of lacquer that you may or may not be using, right? So, but it's 2.5 to 1, 2 to 1. That's the C sharp. I took some felt off of there for sure. Kind of hourglass things a little bit. Okay, got it. Just put a stripe here. Little stripies. And some on the treble. Okay, I think that's all we need to do. So that's it for this week. And next week we'll see where this is at, combined with other things we gotta do, appointments and such. So thanks for joining in. I'll check, see if there were any comments or questions last minute here for anyone. And doesn't look like, oh, let's see. Paul B says, are you trying to get the weight down to about 50 in the mid range where you tested? How will you get it down further? And so no, I don't like 50. I would actually prefer like 47, 40, but I'm not going to get that. And I'm not going to worry about getting it down to a certain number on this action. The geometry I know won't allow it. Without a new keyboard, I'm not going to be able to kind of work that over totally how I want. So my hope is that we'll get it down in weight and friction with the techniques I was using, just reducing weight on the hammer and lubricating the flanges with acetone. And then from there, I'm hoping the voicing will be strong enough that it'll still be really playable and it won't be so much a problem. Maybe we'll see when we cross that bridge. I might toy around with if I add more lead, what's that going to do? But I already kind of know I don't want to go there if I can help it. So hopefully that answers your question. I may change the regulation a little bit, decrease the blow, decrease the dip, so that even though the static weight measurements are higher, that the overall work that's required to play the piano is less. So that's where I'm going to focus on, is more like not the static measurements, but how can I reduce the overall work required to play the piano so that it's acceptable to somebody. So that's gonna be about the best we can do, and I think it'll turn out fine. So we'll see how it goes though. And let's see, I think that was it for questions, comments. Okay, we'll catch you next time. Thanks for joining.